I have huge respect for the American Jewish Committee, for its historic role, for what it does, for its impact on the Jewish world.
That we are where we are today is also thanks to the AJC, convincing governments of their responsibility.
Deep down inside our bodies lives the soul. Right in the very middle of it is the soul bird. It's made of drawers, one for being happy, one for being sad, hopeless, hope, patience. And there is a special drawer for your deepest secrets, which is hardly ever opened. Recently, tens of thousands of Israelis joined the cycle of trauma, and there aren't enough caregivers certified to treat it. Teva established the Support the Soul program to promote the treatment of trauma in Israel. For more information, go to the Teva website. Teva, we are all in for better health.
Please welcome AJC Honorary President Halie Soifer.
Good morning. Over the past 2 days, we've covered some of the most critical topics facing the Jewish community, Israel, America, and the world. As we gather here in our nation's capital, the time has come to discuss the topic on all of our minds as we look toward November. It is my distinct honor to introduce this year's AJC Global Forum Great Debate, Election 2024. In what will undoubtedly be an energetic moment on our stage, our debaters will discuss the upcoming U.S. presidential election and its many implications. We are privileged to be joined this morning by Morgan Ortagus, founder of POLARIS National Security and former spokesperson for the U.S. Department of State, and Halie Soifer, CEO of the Jewish Democratic Council of America. I have to note that this year I am thrilled that we've launched the Women's Global Leadership Network, and we are able to feature a powerhouse, 2 women, for our signature AJC Global Forum session for the first time in AJC history. Before we begin, I have to remind you that AJC is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. It does not support or endorse any candidate or party. We are engaged in the political process because politics translates into policies, and policies affect us all. The fact that we can have difficult conversations on the most pressing issues of our time is a testament to our steadfast commitment to thoughtful civic discourse. As part of that thoughtful exchange, we ask the audience to remain respectful throughout the debate. This is not a political convention. Those are yet to come, but a thoughtful exchange on issues that matter to all of us. Moderating this year's debate is none other than AJC Chief Policy and Political Affairs Officer, Jason Isaacson. Please direct your attention to the screens.
and my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering.
Under my administration, we fought for Israel and the Jewish community like no president in history.
Please welcome AJC Chief Policy and Political Affairs Officer, Jason Isaacson.
Good morning. Big decision this year. Welcome to the great debate. I want to very quickly run through the procedure that we'll be following this morning. Not unfamiliar to those of you who have been in great debates in the past. But first, let me introduce the speakers, our debaters. Morgan and Halie, I think you can join us. Respective corners. Thank you very much. So we'll begin with each. We had a coin toss, and Morgan won the coin toss, and we'll go first. Each of them will have 2 minutes to provide opening statements. There will be the opportunity for a minute of rebuttal afterwards. Then we'll plunge into a series of questions that I'll be posing to each of them, and we're going to try to wrap all this up in a half an hour, or Daniel Silver will kill me. Morgan, you're up.
Thank you. Good morning. You just reminded me standing here why I will never run for political office. But thank you so much for having me. I want to start this discussion today really telling a few stories from my time in the Trump administration, but also talking about this from a policy perspective. For those of you who don't know me, I've actually served in multiple administrations, including in the Obama administration as well. And I say that to provide the context that I think the state of Israel cannot have a relationship with just one political party in the United States, just as we pray for the success, thank you, of Israel. I pray for the success of our leaders, whomever wins in November, and I think no matter what happens today in this debate in November, we must stand with our ally, we must stand with the state of Israel. You know, what's amazing is, I think about 4 years ago, I was about 50 pounds heavier, and that's because I was pregnant with my first child, Idina. Yeah, I gained that much weight, I know. I was standing in the Oval Office after many, many months of having worked with Secretary Pompeo, Jared Kushner, and the entire team on something that you all came to learn about called the Abraham Accords. And in that moment, I was pregnant with my daughter, Idina Ann, this beautiful Jewish baby. And I thought to myself, the Middle East has entirely changed for her. This is going to be so radically different. Fast forward 3.5 years later to see October 7th and what happened that day, the worst killing of the Jewish people in any single day since the Holocaust. It felt like everything I had worked on in Abraham Accords had been shattered. But I am here to say that there is hope with the right president, with the right policies, and that's what I really want to talk about today. With the right policies, we can get back to an era not only of a strong America, a strong Israel, and a much stronger Middle East. And so that's what I want to focus on today. Again, happy to debate the policies. I'm not a campaign person, but I do believe that under the Trump administration, under Mike Pompeo, we had the right policies that were best for Israel and best for the Middle East. So I guess as the famous song goes, all I'm here to say is give Trump a chance.
Morgan, thank you. Halie Soifer.
Jason, Morgan, AJC, thank you for having me, and thank you for your efforts advocating for the Jewish people, for Israel, and defending democratic values. I'm grateful for your work, which has made a difference, and particularly grateful for the leadership of your CEO, my friend Ted Deutch. This is the third time I've joined AJC's Great Debate in advance of an election with Joe Biden and Donald Trump on the ballot. The first was in 2019, and the second was 2020. But 2024 is different for 3 reasons. First, the stakes of this election are higher. Second, the positions of the two candidates have never been more clear or divergent. And third, both candidates have been president before and can and should be judged on their records. Unlike the last debate, this is no longer a hypothetical in terms of what kind of president Joe Biden or Donald Trump would be. We know the answer. Joe Biden has sought to restore the soul of America by taking unprecedented steps to combat anti-Semitism and bigotry, while Donald Trump has emboldened, echoed, and aligned with dangerous extremists and anti-Semites. Joe Biden is a self-declared Zionist who has stood with Israel for more than 5 decades, including after October 7th, when he pledged his staunch support of Israel and the Jewish people. While Donald Trump is a self-declared dictator on day one, who mocked Israel's leaders and praised Hezbollah after October 7th, best summarized by his former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, who told the New York Times, Trump's support of Israel is not guaranteed in a second term. Joe Biden is an ardent defender of democracy, while Donald Trump incited a deadly insurrection in order to stop the peaceful transfer of power in the last election, and is preparing to weaponize the U.S. government as an act of political retribution if he wins the next one. And let's not forget, he's also a twice impeached, 34-time convicted felon. So, 3 times is clearly a charm. There's plenty to debate, and I'm happy to be here. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Halie. You can each rebut the other's statements. Morgan, would you like to say a word?
I think the only response I would have to that is, do you feel safer as a Jew in America today than you did 4 years ago? That's it.
Halie, would you like to say anything in response?
Sure. 4 years ago, I mentioned, I joined this debate. We did so via Zoom, where we were in our homes stuck for more than a year. It was an unprecedented pandemic that really epitomized Donald Trump's leadership. He was ignorant, chaotic, erratic, and demonstrated a reckless disregard for a fundamental Jewish value, pikuach nefesh, the sanctity of life. Since Joe Biden has become president, we emerged from this dark period. The economy has grown. Unemployment's at a 50-year low. And yes, anti-Semitism has risen, including after the horrific attacks perpetrated by Hamas on October 7th. And our unequivocal condemnation of this violence and of rising anti-Semitism is something on which I'm sure we agree, Morgan. And you know who else agrees with us? Joe Biden. On May 2nd, he said in response to the campus protests, there should be no place on any campus or any place in America for anti-Semitism. It's simply wrong.
Thank you. Okay, let's get into the questions. If I could begin with you, Morgan. As you know, in election after election over the last century, a substantial majority of Jews have voted for Democratic presidential candidates over Republican candidates. The sharpest differences were under FDR in the 1940s and in the Johnson-Goldwater election of 1964, when Democrats were reported to have scored 90% of the Jewish vote. But Harry Truman, Bill Clinton, Al Gore, Barack Obama weren't far behind, and Joe Biden was reported to have led Donald Trump 4 years ago, according to Pew, by 70% to 27%. AJC's latest polling shows a somewhat narrower gap, but still has President Biden beating former President Trump by more than 2 to 1 among American Jews. If these numbers are predictive and accurate, how does the Republican Party break through that traditional Democratic predisposition among Jewish voters, and why does it matter?
I think there's a couple ways to unpack that. First, I think there's a big difference between saying the right thing and doing the right thing. There's no doubt that the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration, is great on the rhetoric, but I would say that the policy is lacking. First of all, I think most Jewish voters care about Israel, care about anti-Semitism in this country, but let me just also say that I think Jewish voters, Jewish moms and grandmas in this audience, Jewish parents, you care about things that I care about in Nashville, Tennessee, which is the price of groceries, which is filling up your car with gasoline, which is all of the things that matter to all of us as consumers. And it is not a good time in America for the American family. People are making real decisions whether to fill up their gas tank or whether to fill up their cart full of groceries. That happens in real America in Nashville, Tennessee, where I live. I would also say that, Lindsey Graham said this to me once, and it really made me laugh. He said about Trump, I've never seen somebody so willing to cut off their own arm just to spite him. And he certainly incites a lot of heated emotion and passion. But again, I would get back to the question that I asked you. Do you feel more safe as a Jew in America today than you did 4 years ago? Do you think our policies are stronger at protecting Israel, but standing with our ally, than they were 4 years ago? I would argue that we have turned the Middle East on its head in the past 4 years. At the beginning of this administration, to spend the past 3.5 years chasing the Islamic Republic around the world, begging and cajoling and pleading with them to get back into a nuclear deal, giving them billions of dollars in sanctions relief by not enforcing those sanctions. That was 3.5 years of policies that led to events like October 7th. We also saw multiple times at the UN, including yesterday, ways in which that I think the Biden administration has sold Israel down the river, has not stood up for them at the United Nations or on the world stage. And so I would quite simply argue that the Middle East is chaotic today, specifically from the policies of the past 3 years that were put in place by the Biden administration.
Thank you, Morgan. Halie, you can respond if you wish. Do you have a minute?
Well, as a Jewish mom, I can say I absolutely feel safer knowing that Joe Biden is in the White House because he shares our values, our fundamental values, our Jewish values, defending democracy, and of course, support of Israel. A lot of Republicans mention Donald Trump's move of the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem in 2017, something we agree with. Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. What we don't mention enough is that in August of 2020, Donald Trump said he did that for the evangelicals, which demonstrates two things. One, Donald Trump's Israel policy has always been based on his self-interest. His own former National Security Advisor has revealed that in an article in the New York Times in early April. And also, it's clear that Donald Trump has great animus toward the vast majority of Jewish Americans, those who vote for Democrats, because of it. He has called us disloyal. He has called us uninformed. He has said we hate Israel. We hate our religion. We should be ashamed of ourselves. We're loyal to our values, which is why the overwhelming majority of us support Democrats.
So I think I could toss the rest of the questions aside and just go back and forth, but I'm not going to do that. We're going to go into the next question, and that is to you, Halie. I want to ask you a different version, or pretty much the same version of the question that I asked Morgan at the beginning, why it matters where the Jewish vote is. Remembering that the Israeli newspaper Haaretz had a piece after the 2020 election that maintained it was Jewish voters in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona who actually made the crucial difference in that tight race, moving those swing states and their deciding electoral college votes into the Biden column. Although polling and voting history is obviously on your side, there are signs of slippage for President Biden in our own polling and in other samples. Some of it may have to do with the president's being seen as inappropriately pushing the Israeli government in ways it didn't want to go, in the conduct of the war against Hamas and in a post-conflict path Palestinian statehood. Some of it may be factors that have nothing to do with Israel or with the Jewish community, but reflect attitudes in the general population. Why the slippage, and how are you addressing it?
Well, Jason, you're right. The Jewish vote absolutely matters. The states you mentioned, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona, determine the outcome of the 2020 election and may do so again in 2024. Joe Biden won those 3 states in total by just over 100,000 voters. And in those states, the Jewish vote, and even more so the Jewish vote that supported Joe Biden, was exponentially higher than the margin by which he won. So where are Jewish voters in 2024? Well, 74% of Jewish voters supported Democrats in our last election in the 2022 midterms. It's the same amount, approximately 3/4, who have supported Democrats historically. And it's the amount I predict will support Joe Biden in this election for 2 reasons. One, Joe Biden represents the vast majority of Jewish voters on every key issue: domestic policy, democracy, abortion access, guns, climate change, the economy, anti-Semitism, and foreign policy, Israel, Ukraine, and defending democracy abroad. And two, Jewish voters overwhelmingly disapproved of and opposed Donald Trump in 2016, in 2020, and they're going to do it again in 2024 because there's even more reasons to oppose him now, going into a potential second term. AJC's new poll only confirms this. The poll indicates that both Joe Biden and Donald Trump have essentially the same amount of support, 61-23, among Jewish voters as they did among that same group of voters in 2020, when it was 64-21. Donald Trump has not broken 25%. It also shows that Jewish voters trust Biden more than Trump on Israel by a 2-to-1 margin, and on anti-Semitism by a 3-to-1 margin. So AJC is consistent in its polling, and it's consistent with what we've seen in other polling as well, that Jewish voters will continue to overwhelmingly support Democrats and Joe Biden, especially with Donald Trump on the ballot.
Morgan, you may respond.
Again, I'd say there's a big difference between rhetoric and policy action. The truth is, the reality is that there has never been a more unsafe time in America for Jews, especially young Jews, on college campuses today. The anti-Semitism unveiled and unchecked during the Biden administration should scare all of us. The fact that Jewish students have to make decisions if they want to wear a yarmulke, if they want to wear a Star of David, if they want to openly embrace Judaism in the United States of America is a stain on the Biden administration. And something that I think that there has been no real action. In 2019, again, I'm going to keep going back to policy, because when you have bad policy, you have to run on rhetoric. When you have good policy, you can talk about things that we did, like anti-Semitism, that this administration has ignored.
Thank you, Morgan. Let me ask you another question, and I'm going to turn to a foreign policy issue again. Since President Trump in May 2018 pulled the United States out of the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, calling it a horrible one-sided deal that should never, ever have been made, Iran has marched closer and closer to becoming a nuclear threshold state, with a stockpile of enriched uranium calculated to be more than 6,000 kilograms as of last month, more than 20 times the limit that was set in the nuclear deal, and with enough of that uranium enriched to a near weapons-grade level to fuel at least 3 atomic weapons. It's been said that the maximum pressure campaign waged in the last year and a half of the Trump administration had little effect on Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons capability. How would you answer the charge that pulling the U.S. out of an unsatisfactory nuclear deal actually made the problem worse? How would a second Trump administration approach this threat from Iran?
Thanks. Now we're getting into my favorite subject. So you don't even have to listen to President Trump on this. You can look at Senator Schumer, majority leader at the time, why, in his speech and his debate, why he did not support the JCPOA. We know, of course, that the JCPOA was never brought before the Senate because it was a bad deal that would never get passed, including by Democrats. Let's also remember that under the JCPOA, when we left the deal in 2018 at the Trump administration, at the time and during the entire Trump administration, Iran never exceeded the 5% enrichment. In fact, it didn't happen until the Biden administration. And under Biden, they've gone up to an 84% enrichment strategy with zero ramifications. That's enough material to get a bomb within 8 months if we wanted to. More importantly, Americans and Israelis are dying at the hands of Iran. And why is that? Because once again, you have a Democratic administration who have not enforced sanctions. They got billions of dollars in sanctions relief. About 3 weeks before October 7th, this administration negotiated a deal that I didn't think that could be worse than the JCPOA, but they actually managed to top themselves by promising to give Iran $6 billion for returning 5 American hostages home. Now, I love getting American hostages home. In fact, in the Trump administration, we got 2 American hostages home from Iran. Guess how much we paid for those hostages? 0. And so there is a way to negotiate, to be tough with Iran, and to protect Americans. But Americans are dying in places like Jordan from Iranian-made drones. We know that American ships are being attacked on a daily basis, again, from material that is supplied to the Houthis by Iran. And so whenever you reward enemies like the Islamic Republic of Iran and punish friends like Israel and the Arab states, then you end up with a chaotic Middle East. So the Middle East is on fire today principally because of the appeasement of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Iran will get, likely, a nuclear weapon in the next administration if it isn't stopped. President Trump will stop it. President Biden will just beg and plead them to stop.
Thank you, Morgan. Halie, you may respond.
We talk a lot about, of course, the horrific acts of what happened on October 7th. What I don't think we talk enough about is what happened on April 13th, when Iran launched over 300 projectiles at Israel in an unprecedented direct attack. In the end, Israel survived that attack relatively unscathed, miraculously, because Joe Biden had deployed 2 aircraft carriers to the Eastern Mediterranean preparing for such attacks and had encouraged a coalition, Arab partners, to stand with Israel and directly intercepted over 100 ballistic missiles. It was the first time the U.S. military had been deployed to prevent a direct attack on Israel. Following the attack, Biden took steps to hold Iran accountable, including imposing new sanctions and exports control on Iran. The sanctions targeted leaders and entities connected to the IRGC, the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps. During the Biden administration, the U.S. has sanctioned over 600 individuals and entities, including Iran and its proxies, and the president has directed the administration to continue to impose sanctions that further degrade Iran's military. This is on top of the Trump-era sanctions against Iran that Biden kept in place. So Joe Biden has demonstrated great strength in defending against the threat of Iran, especially as it relates to the threat posed by Israel.
Thank you, Halie. Now, Halie, let me pose a question to you. By the way, is there water on the stage? Are you guys okay? You're okay? Okay. There are increasing...
Don't worry, we're not Marco Rubio.
Okay, because we're not done.
I love Marco.
Halie, there are increasingly loud and influential voices in the Democratic Party expressing harsh criticism of Israel's conduct of the war against Hamas in Gaza and among constituencies on which Democratic election victories have often depended. There's opposition to Israel more generally, not just to the current war, but to the legitimacy of the Jewish state. Over the last 2 years, according to Gallup, sympathy for Israelis over Palestinians has slipped among Democrats from a majority to a minority position, although there is still a plurality with more favorable views of Israel versus the Palestinian Authority. For comparison, among Republicans, sympathy for Israelis earlier this year was recorded by Gallup as more than 10 times that for Palestinians. How can President Biden and the party counter the critics and assure that U.S. support for the Middle East's sole democracy remains bipartisan? And how do you respond to the charge that sharp criticism of Israel in progressive circles contributes to attacks on supporters of Israel and incidents of anti-Semitism?
Anti-Semitic and anti-Israel views have been expressed by elected officials on both sides of the aisle. Neither party is homogenous in their view on either issue. When anti-Semitism and/or anti-Israel views have emerged among Democrats in Congress, JDCA, our organization, has condemned it, and in some cases endorsed a primary opponent to anti-Israel Democratic incumbents. There are 2 such primaries that we're engaged in right now as we speak, in New York and in Missouri, to elect Democrats who share our values. There are some Democrats who have opposed or proposed conditioning aid to Israel, something which JDCA opposes. But House Republicans, including their entire leadership, recklessly delayed essential military aid for Israel that Joe Biden pledged in October for 6 months, at a time when it could not have been needed more. When it comes to anti-Semitism, there is a sharp difference between how it is handled by the 2 parties. The Democratic Party marginalizes those who have used anti-Semitic rhetoric, while the Republican Party has elevated extremists and anti-Semites one of whom is at the top of the ticket in the past 3 election cycles, including this one. Leadership matters, and the words and actions of our leaders matter. When the American people were faced with the same choice for president in 2020, on the debate stage, President Biden implored Donald Trump to condemn white supremacy. We all remember it. Trump blatantly refused. He could not, would not condemn this insidious ideology that motivated the perpetrator of the worst massacre of Jewish Americans in our history 2 years earlier at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. What did he do instead? He incited dangerous right-wing extremists, the Proud Boys, to stand back and stand by from the debate stage. And less than 4 months later, they heeded his call on January 6th. This election is a binary choice. There are 2 names on this ballot, 2 men vying to be leader of the free world. One has been a staunch friend of an ally of the Jewish people and of Israel since he was first elected to the Senate in 1972. And the other, who has always done and will continue to only do what is good for himself.
Morgan, I think you may want to respond.
You know, I will concede I don't watch MSNBC. And maybe they're just not covering what I see going on in America on a daily basis, which is a Charlottesville every single day in this country, which is the calling for not only supporting Hamas and other terrorist organizations, but calling for the genocide and the extermination of the Jewish people blatantly and openly every single day in this country. You also see yesterday in New York City, while there was a memorial to what happened on October 7th, people there openly demonstrating support for more October 7th, support for more terrorism. And while that was happening, the United States was shamefully at the United Nations calling for a ceasefire resolution that made us look like we were Hamas's personal lawyer. If you're a party that doesn't have the moral clarity to stand by the Jewish state, defending itself against terrorism, how can you claim to have the moral clarity on anything? I was in Israel 3 weeks ago. Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu told me that, in fact, the Biden administration is slow-walking military aid that he needs. Just last week in the Congress, the Biden administration was whipping votes against bipartisan ICC sanctions, which are undermining, again, the leadership of a Democratic-elected Jewish state. And, of course, oh, I ran out of time. Can I keep going? No? Okay. Oh, I shouldn't have given that away. And, of course, we'll remember famously that after the attack that Halie talked about a few minutes ago from Iran, Biden famously told Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu for Israel just to take the win, essentially take a knee. At every turn, they not only tie one hand behind Israel's back, they tie both hands behind their back as they try to defeat the terrorists that invaded them. And by the way, killed Americans on October 7th, and the last time I checked, we still have 5 Americans that are held captive 8 months later by a terrorist organization behind enemy lines. Bring them home.
Okay. Listen, guys, I have more questions, obviously, than we have time for. I'm going to try to amend our rules here and ask you to respond to the last question with just 1-minute responses instead of 2-minute responses, and I think we'll still be able to. I think we'll still be able to squeeze in the closing statements. So, Morgan, you're up. Your last question. President Trump and other leaders of your party have been harshly critical of a range of diversity and equity programs, affirmative action in college admissions, and educational curricula that cast a negative light on aspects of American history, and these stances have earned the support and loyalty of, among others, individuals and groups with extremist views on race and ethnicity. How do you answer critics, including President Biden, who charge that this so-called anti-woke agenda lends legitimacy and support to forces of intolerance? As you know, there are also accusations that divisive rhetoric can fuel anti-Semitism, and the example of Charlottesville, which we've been talking about, is often cited. How do you counter that? In a minute, if you may.
Okay,
if you could.
I'll be very quick and say that I agree with Halie that there is anti-Semitism problems that happen on both the left and the right, and we must speak out and condemn it every time it happens. Again, I'm a foreign policy professional. I look at the policies. I don't necessarily get involved in domestic politics. But I will say that what we have seen, especially on college campuses, is that DEI and intersectionality are the parents of anti-Semitism and fostering intolerance. Can anybody look at our college campuses and say this isn't true? I don't think President Biden and Vice President Harris are doing enough to rein in anti-Jewish violence in this country. Let's look at Biden's so-called efforts. Is there more or less anti-Semitism in our universities? Are there fewer encampments? How about what's happening to the American flag? The last I've seen, the Iranian people have more respect for the American flag and the Israeli flag than liberals on university campuses today. Many students who had to start college online on COVID have gone back to going online because it's unsafe to be Jewish in America and American university today.
Thank you, Morgan. And Halie, we're not going to have rebuttals to these questions. Halie, your last question. The Iranian threat, it's a foreign policy question. The Iranian threat isn't confined to its accelerated nuclear program. Iranian proxies in Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq fire missiles and drones at Israel, sometimes with deadly effect. The Iranian-supported Houthis in Yemen regularly attack ships in the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and the Indian Ocean. In recent years, Saudi Arabia and the UAE have come under attack from Iran or its proxies, and vessels of many nations, including the U.S. Navy, have been targeted or damaged or seized. Iranian agents abroad from the IRGC, Hezbollah, Hamas, and other groups have been implicated in assassination plots, including in our own country. Critics charge that the Biden administration, which yearned from day one to return to the 2015 nuclear deal, has failed to confront Iran forcefully over these multiple threats. What's your response? In a minute, if you could.
Okay, in order to answer this, you have to go back to May of 2018 when President Trump, against the advice of many in the U.S. intelligence community and Israeli security establishment, withdrew from the Iran nuclear agreement. While the JCPOA was not a perfect agreement, Iran was in compliance with it, according to international observers and American intelligence officials. It was effectively verifying restrictions on Iran's nuclear development. As AJC itself said at the time, in its own press release, despite our many reservations, we had hoped to see the deal fixed, not nixed. It was with the same objective, and given the fact that Iran was at that time weeks away from acquiring a nuclear weapons capability, the Biden administration explored whether it was possible to re-enter the JCPOA and reach a better deal if Iran came back into compliance. In the end, it wasn't possible because Joe Biden refused to capitulate to Iranian demands, including lifting the terrorist designation on the IRGC. Joe Biden should be praised, not criticized, for working with our allies to explore whether the resumption of a multilateral deal that would contain Israel's nuclear aspirations was possible, and for standing up to Iran, not just by refusing to give in to their demands, but by continuing to implement sanctions against Iran, and as I mentioned, in an unprecedented act, defending Israel against an unprecedented direct attack by the Iranians on April 13th.
Halie, thank you. So we are not going to have rebuttals. We are going to go directly to closing statements. And Morgan, having won the coin toss, you go first.
Okay. You know, Halie just talked about working with allies. How about last week at the IAEA, whenever the E3, the UK, France, Germany, had to actually go and beg and plead us to stand up against Iran at the IAEA, which we didn't do. We just talked about the ICC, in which bipartisan sanctions are before the Congress, that the Biden administration is not only not supporting, they're whipping against, and the multiple votes at the UN, either abstaining or actually working on ceasefire resolutions that undermine the state of Israel. Listen, I would say there's a far big difference between bad rhetoric and bad policy. If you want pretty tweets, vote for Biden. If you don't want dead Israelis and dead Americans, vote for Trump. When you look at the people that Biden has empowered in his administration, look no further than his Iran envoy, Rob Malley, who was fired, who was under FBI investigation, and also the State Department Inspector General investigation because of his leaking of classified information and potential ties to Hamas. These are not the people that we will promote and support in the Trump administration. President Trump will defend Israel. He will stand by Israel. And things like October 7th won't happen under President Trump. You will have peace like under the Abraham Accords, and you will have an Iran that is curtailed because we will actually stand up to them and we will stop them from getting a nuclear weapon.
Morgan, thank you. Halie Soifer, your closing comment.
Well, you will soon hear from Joe Biden's National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan. There is no stronger champion of the U.S.-Israel relationship. You will see that. Maya Angelou famously said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Whether it's equating neo-Nazis with peaceful protesters, declaring very fine people on both sides, as Donald Trump did after Charlottesville, dining with white supremacists, Nick Fuentes and Kanye West in Mar-a-Lago, quoting Hitler and reportedly saying he did some good things, Donald Trump has shown us exactly who he is, time and time again. Don't believe me? Listen to his own words. As has President Biden. And the contrast could not be more stark. This past weekend, President Biden welcomed the heroic rescue of 4 Israeli hostages and pledged to not stop working until all the hostages are home. Donald Trump also mentioned those who he refers to as hostages. Are they the more than 100 Israelis and Americans and others being held by Hamas? No. He's referring to incarcerated January 6th insurrectionists. That's who he is. And the American people, the Jewish people, and Israel deserve far better from a U.S. president. And we have far better. He's currently in the White House. President Biden recently said that democracy begins with each of us. He's right. It could also end with each of us. And we each have a responsibility to defend it at the ballot box in November.
Halie, Morgan, thank you. That closes our great debate. Our community, our country have a big decision to make this November. AJC will continue to provide information on the issues that are at stake, and we thank you guys very much, and we thank all of you for your attention to this important debate.
Thank you.
November 2019, I ended up meeting a couple local AJC board members in Seattle, and they said you should have a conversation with the regional director. And I sit down with her, and we're talking, and I'm sharing some of my frustrations about anti-Semitism that's become acceptable, especially at the local level. And she said, well, you should know that I have an op-ed running in the local newspaper this weekend that specifically calls on the mayor to move away from her silence in the face of anti-Semitism. And I said, well, that's really going to make a lot of people angry. And she said, yeah, absolutely. I said, okay, that sounds like my kind of organization. I have 2 young kids. They are the driver of everything I do. And the most visibly Jewish thing that they do is go to Hebrew school. And in the last few months, we go to Hebrew school on Sundays, we come home, we get a donut, and then as we're driving back to my house, the overpass over the freeway nearest my house is a standing place of protest for pro-Palestinian protesters. And they're waving flags, and they are getting people honking their horns at them in solidarity. And my kids have started to recognize that, to ask questions, to not understand how that can be the response to a people trying to defend itself everywhere. And it has expressed itself in such a visceral fashion in my neighborhood, in my community. And my kids are now old enough to understand how challenging that is to their identity and how their Zionism should not be suppressed just because others seek to suppress it. I think AJC really does empower its leaders to have a vision, pursue it, and do so in a way that is supported and backed by a global organization and all the resources it has to offer.
Please welcome AJC President Michael Tickner.
Good morning. I hope you have found this global forum as meaningful, informative, inspirational, and yes, moving as it has been for me. And I want to thank everyone here for sharing this special experience as part of the AJC community. Having served in key policy roles for Hillary Clinton, President Obama, and President Biden, Jake Sullivan has helped shape U.S. foreign policy for Democratic administrations for almost a decade. Since Mr. Sullivan assumed the role of U.S. National Security Advisor in 2021, the U.S. has faced no shortage of global challenges. He has been a key emissary of the administration in its relations with China, Saudi Arabia, NATO allies, and other countries. He's been a forceful advocate for pushing back against Russian aggression in Ukraine and forging a U.S.-led alliance to aid that besieged country. And since October 7th, he has, of course, been central to U.S. efforts in support of Israel and to bring about a hostage deal and an end to the war in Gaza. Since that dark day, Mr. Sullivan has traveled numerous times to Israel and the region, has met with hostage families, and has been clear that the responsibility to accept a deal to release the hostages rests squarely with Hamas. On behalf of all of us at AJC, I want to thank Mr. Sullivan, President Biden, and the entire administration for their support of Israel over the past 8 months. While we may not agree with every public comment or policy decision, we know that President Biden's commitment to Israel's security is ironclad, and that there has been close cooperation with the Israeli government, including militarily, as we saw clearly demonstrated in response to Iran's April 14th attack against Israel. Mr. Sullivan, we do not take any of this for granted, and we greatly value our ongoing dialogue with you and other members of the administration. AJC is committed to continuing to work closely with the Biden administration as we have with past administrations. We will continue to support the U.S. playing a key leadership role in the world. Together, we must work to ensure that Israel defeats Hamas and that the hostages are returned home, that Iran does not acquire nuclear weapons, that there is a better future for Israelis, Palestinians, and the broader Middle East, and that we can stem the tide of surging global anti-Semitism and thwart threats to democratic values, to name a few of the many challenges before us. Mr. Sullivan has graciously agreed to be in conversation this morning with AJC CEO Ted Deutch. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Thank you.
Jake, thank you for being here with us today. We know how many commitments the National Security Advisor has. Please. Before we get into this interview, I want to acknowledge the reception that you received when you walked out. And hold on. And in the face of the kind of vile anti-Israel, anti-Zionist rhetoric and marches that deface statues and call for the death of Israel, the way that you have supported, and the administration and the president have supported Israel, deserves that response that you got when you walked in. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Jake, thank you for always making yourself available, you and your team. Brett, our relationship is so important to us, and we hope that you feel the same. I want to welcome you back from France and the 80th anniversary of D-Day. We so appreciated the president's powerful speech drawing parallels to the current threats to democracy, including the dramatic rise in anti-Semitism that we're seeing here in the U.S. around the world. I also want to express our gratitude again for the way the administration has stood with Israel since the horrific attack on October 7th. The president's wartime visit to Israel, making him the only president to visit Israel during war, was a remarkable show of support and unity. You and Secretary Blinken have continued to travel to Israel multiple times to meet regularly with the families of those held hostage as you work toward their release. This administration's support is, as the president has said, ironclad, whether through military assistance, standing with Israel at the United Nations, and in historic support, military support to Israel on April 13th in the face of a direct Iranian attack. And for all of this, we express our appreciation. A week and a half ago, the president laid out a three-phase deal that Israel had presented to Hamas, aimed at releasing now 120 hostages, including, as you know, 8 Americans who have been held in Hamas captivity for 249 days, and possibly ending the war. I know we were all thrilled to hear the news that 4 hostages were rescued by the IDF on Saturday morning, an operation that was supported by the United States. So the president's been clear, you have been clear, and thanks to the U.S. leadership, the Security Council has been clear that Hamas needs to agree to this deal. You've also been clear that Hamas can never be able to carry out another October 7th, and that Hamas cannot remain in power in Gaza. The president's speech wasn't as direct. So I have 2 questions. One, is it still the administration's position to ensure that Hamas does not remain in power? And 2, if a deal is reached, what could that then lead to as we look beyond this immediate moment?
Well, first, the answer to your question is yes. And in fact, in the president's remarks on May 31st, he explicitly said that the path forward is a Gaza where Hamas is no longer in power. That was in the speech that he gave. He was clear, he was direct about that. And his view is that if we get into a deal and we work through the phases, that we can end up with an interim security enterprise, an interim governance enterprise that can lead to a Gaza that is no longer a platform for terror and from which no attacks of the sort that we saw on October 7th can ever be conducted again against Israel, where the Palestinian people can live in dignity and security, and where the Israeli people can know that Gaza will not be a platform for terror that can threaten innocent people in Israel going forward.
And if Hamas accepts this deal, what does that mean over the coming days and weeks, both with respect to Gaza and potential other opportunities? What would it mean for the current situation with Hezbollah in the north, for example?
Well, to start, the most important immediate thing it would mean is that hostages would start coming home. And, I see you and so many others wearing the yellow ribbon and the tape with the number of days that these people have been held hostage, including American citizens. I meet with the families very frequently, and I feel, sitting with them, the pain and the agony of the uncertainty as they wait and hope for their loved one to finally come home and be reunited with them. And if we get into this deal and we work through all of the elements of the deal, all of those hostages will come home, including those who have tragically passed away, where their bodies will come home so that their families can have a measure of solace and closure. So I think we should not jump over that critical element of this, something the president has been working for since they were first taken back on October 7th. But as he laid out in his speech, with a ceasefire in place, hostages coming home, a larger strategic opportunity opens for Israel that can be a complete game changer in the years ahead. First, if we get to a ceasefire in Gaza, we can get to calm in Lebanon, and we can work out a diplomatic arrangement where tens of thousands of Israeli citizens can return to their homes and know that they will not be under threat there. We can have a day after in Gaza where the Arab states play a significant role in both stabilizing and reconstructing Gaza so that it is not that platform for terror that it has been in the past. And we can begin down a pathway of Israel's full integration into the region, including normalization with additional countries, including potentially Saudi Arabia, where the end result is Israel embedded in a regional security architecture that makes it more secure and that helps it work with other countries, including us, countries in the region, countries in Europe, against common adversaries. And if you put all of that together, that's a pathway that we can build out of a ceasefire and hostage deal. And that's not years away. That work could begin in the days, literally the days that follow that deal coming together. And it's something that we have been relentlessly focused on laying the groundwork for and planting the seeds for. And we can essentially harvest those seeds for a more secure, more integrated, more capable Israel, flanked by allies, flanked by partners, standing up to common enemies. And that is something that the United States, the Biden administration, is determined to bring about. And the first step is getting to this deal.
Well, Jake, let me follow up on the point, the suggestion of potential normalization with Saudi Arabia. AJC has been going to the Gulf for decades and believes, as you do, that normalization with Saudi Arabia would help to transform the region, Israel's place in the region. It is now June. There's an election in November. We know that a deal would be transformative, particularly after Hamas war. Is there a realistic path to normalization before the end of this year?
Well, I've learned not to make predictions about what might happen in diplomacy, and even more than that, with the Congress. So, I'm not going to say one way or another what can or can't happen. All I can say is it's our job to create the best possibility for it to happen as soon as possible. And so we are not going to negotiate against ourselves or self-censor in trying to drive to an outcome here. If the path opens by getting to a ceasefire and hostage deal, we're going to walk down that path as rapidly as we can and try to do so on a bipartisan basis, because we believe that there is bipartisan support for this vision that President Biden has laid out, and we want to work with members of Congress to see that vision become a reality as fast as possible.
As we know, there are many who have looked to seize this current moment to delegitimize Israel. Look no further than what happens at the UN, the ICC, the ICJ. While the administration has spoken strongly in support of Israel's right to self-defense, the need for hostages to be released, exercised veto at the UN Security Council resolutions, and stated how outrageous it is to seek arrest warrants for Israeli officials in parallel with terrorist leaders, let alone the unprecedented security assistance to Israel, the defense of Israel on April 13th. The administration also chose to abstain on a more controversial Security Council resolution and has at times expressed public criticism of the actions of the Matisyahu government on humanitarian aid and other issues. There was the decision to withhold the shipment of the 2,000-pound bombs and the president's CNN interview where he said that the policy of unconditional military support for Israel could change. Last week, the president said he wasn't sure Israel wasn't committing war crimes. We are, of course, concerned by the appearance of any daylight between the United States and Israel. How would you help us understand this dynamic?
Well, first, I'll start with the United Nations. The United States has stood up and resolutely vetoed, in the face of support for resolutions, even from our closest allies on the Security Council, those resolutions that we felt were wrong, were unfair to Israel, and would have put Israel in a bad position. We abstained from a resolution that we judged was not inconsistent with our policy, and more importantly, did not create any challenges for Israel to continue to do what it felt it needed to do to defeat Hamas. And the actions that we have taken, the way we have managed our approach to the Security Council, put us in a position yesterday to get 14 countries to vote for and 1 country to abstain from a clear call on Hamas to take the ceasefire and hostage deal. The UN Security Council coming out and saying it's on Hamas. They are the ones who are responsible now to step forward. That was not a foregone conclusion. That was work painstakingly done by the Biden administration to both stand up for Israel in New York and to create the kind of diplomatic opening that allows us now to work with the G7, with the Quad, and now even the UN Security Council to put the spotlight where it belongs on Hamas. Everyone calling for a ceasefire right now should be saying, Hamas, it's your turn, come do a deal. So that's on that front. Now, more broadly, Israel and the United States are friends in many ways. We're family. And President Biden has been absolutely resolute and relentless in showing, not just saying, but showing his support for Israel's security. The first ever American president to travel to Israel during a time of war. A president who in an unprecedented way sent American forces into direct military action to defend Israel against missiles and drones raining down on it, coordinating closely not just with Israel, but building a coalition of countries to do that, continuing to support Israel in its efforts to go after Hamas, to rescue the hostages, to take out terrorist leaders. And we will not back off of that 1 inch. But we also will speak out when we have concerns, as Israel and Israeli leaders have no problem speaking out about the United States when they have concerns with things that we do. And there is nothing inconsistent with that between 2 democracies, 2 friends, 2 family members, and having ironclad, solid support for Israel and the security and vitality of the Israeli people. And so the president has laid out, and I have laid out, the most fundamental element here, which is that on the core strategic objective, the enduring defeat of the terrorist threats against the state of Israel, there is absolutely no daylight between Joe Biden and Israel. None, zero. The debates are over not the what, not the objective, but rather over tactical issues, over operational issues, over particular steps that we would like to see taken, because we think it's not just in our interest, but frankly, we think it is consistent with Israel's interests and values too. We're not going to stop speaking out on those issues, but we believe that anyone who thinks they're going to effectively drive a wedge between the president and Israel on the core question of Israel's security, they have another thing coming.
Thank you. I think there's time for one more. The president's made it clear, very clear, that his objective is a 2-state solution. And what we've heard from you and from Secretary Blinken and from our own contacts is that a pathway to Palestinian statehood is a necessary condition for Saudi-Israel normalization. At the same time, for reasons heightened by October 7th, we know that not only the Israeli government, but the majority of the Israeli public believe that the creation of a Palestinian state right now would be viewed as nothing more than a reward to Hamas. AJC has long advocated for two states, but we too share this concern. So how does the administration plan to overcome the deep and understandable skepticism around the possibility of a two-state solution that exists right now?
Well, first, I think it's important to underscore that President Biden, our administration, our national security team has been trying to put together this vision of normalization and integration for Israel into the region, which includes as a part of it a credible pathway to a Palestinian state long before October 7th. So this is not a response to what happened on October 7th. This is a strategic opportunity that predated and now is still available and can deliver for Israel a just fundamentally different level of security and integration that gets after its most fundamental security challenge, the essential font of so much of the threat to Israel, and that is Iran. And so from the U.S. perspective, when you take a step back and look at the strategic opportunity available to Israel with Saudi Arabia, with the other Arab states, with a broader concept of regional security architecture, when you think about what opportunity is available to rebuild Gaza so that it is not the Gaza of yesterday, but the Gaza of tomorrow, all of this rests on the ability of Israel to work on a negotiated basis. It cannot be imposed. It cannot be unilaterally declared by anybody. It has to be on a negotiated basis, working over time towards a Palestinian state that also at the same time has all of the necessary conditions and guarantees to ensure Israel's security. So from the United States' perspective, this is by far the most effective way to secure Israel over the long term and to prevail in the long-term contest between friends and adversaries in this region. And we will continue to work with the Israeli government on this. And I recognize that there are deep concerns and worries, not just in the Israeli government, but in the Israeli public on this issue. And we have to acknowledge that and work to address those concerns. But I believe there's nothing inconsistent with a credible pathway to a Palestinian state and a long-term secure future for Israel. And in fact, I think just the opposite. I think it is part of a comprehensive solution that will leave Israel in a better position tomorrow than it was yesterday. And that is what we want to work for.
And finally, as you carry that vision through, what does that mean for Iran? How does the vision reflect the administration's commitment to ensuring that Iran cannot continue to destabilize the entire region?
Well, first, the president has been absolutely resolute in the proposition that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon, and we will continue to ensure that that is the case as we go forward. Second, the president is prepared to take a whole range of actions to push back against Iranian aggression in every theater. And that includes the deployment of military forces to the region, 2 aircraft carriers, squadrons of fighter aircraft, to take on Iranian proxies directly like the Houthis, to defend Israel against direct Iranian attacks, and then to try to, through the enhancement and extension of sanctions on a number of different bases, to try to squeeze the financial flows from Iran to a number of the critical groups, including, by the way, to Hamas. And if you look at the actual history of how Iran began, or how Hamas began to get large amounts of resources, that predated the Biden administration, and it's something that we are working to try to choke off as we go forward. So we recognize, at the end of the day, that groups like Hamas and Hezbollah are direct present threats to Israel, but standing behind them is an even larger strategic threat. And we need to be working closely with Israel to contend with that. And just next week, after I'm back from a trip to Europe, I will be hosting the next, what's called SCG, the Strategic Consultative Group, with senior Israeli officials across defense, intelligence, national security, on the question of how we get a common picture of the threat posed by Iran and how we respond to it in a joint way, working with other countries as well. So this is something that will remain a fundamental foundational priority of ours as long as President Biden is in office, and we will continue to work closely with Israel so that at the end of the day, we can show that standing together, that threat cannot cow us, cannot back us down, and cannot result in the loss of security to Israel, the United States, or any of our other partners.
Jake, I just want to make this observation. The fact that the National Security Advisor to the President of the United States chose to come engage in this important conversation on our stage is not only not lost on us, it is deeply appreciated by us. Thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Israel is home.
It's the birthplace of my mother and my people.
Israel is the Jewish biblical homeland.
It's not just a land, it's not just a nation.
It's the only place in the world where you can go and feel like you're amongst your people.
We are the people of Israel. No matter where we are all Israel.
We have a place to go and we can actually defend ourselves.
Israel means safety, knowing that we need to protect it too.
My name is Lizzie Savetsky.
Brandon Farbstein.
Jennifer Goodwin.
And I stand with Israel
and the Jewish people.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Please welcome AJC Board of Governors member Curtis Lane.
Since October 7th, many Jews around the world have felt isolated and abandoned. We have been disappointed more times than we can count by the silence of so many people for refusing to speak out about the horrors of October 7th and the resulting anti-Semitism that has spread like wildfire. The silence has been deafening to all of us. Our leaders are always extremely articulate about speaking on our behalf whenever something happens to our community. But what they say is often dismissed simply because they are Jewish. That is why I've supported AJC's efforts to educate and get non-Jews to speak on our behalf, such as Project Interchange. But October 7th has shown us that it is more crucial now than it has ever been before. Unfortunately, there are not enough people speaking up, which is why we must celebrate those that do. Today, we have such an opportunity to recognize and thank Congressman Richie Torres for his steadfast support He's not even here yet. Today we have such an opportunity to recognize and thank Congressman Richie Torres for his steadfast support for Israel, the Jewish people, and the fight against anti-Semitism. Congressman Torres did not need to be convinced to speak out after October 7th. He immediately and frequently began to use his voice, and perhaps more than all others, has stood out as a champion of Israel and the Jewish people. In the wake of one of the darkest days for our people since the Holocaust, Congressman Torres has been a dear friend and has exhibited the moral clarity that we all want to see time and time again about Israel and anti-Semitism. He has come under attack online, in the media, and even at his offices for speaking the truth. Despite it all, Representative Torres has stood by us and has shown the world what it means to do the right thing. At Yad Vashem, there was an exhibit that recognizes non-Jews for saving Jews during the Holocaust. These people are honored as righteous among the nations, or as some of us like to say, righteous Gentiles. If anyone defines what it means to be such a person, it is Richie Torres. It is a true honor and a privilege to welcome Congressman Torres to the AJC Global Forum. Please join me in welcoming him.
It's in moments like these when I wish my mother was here. My rule in life is if I'm doing right by wise Latinas and Jewish mothers, I must be succeeding as an elected official. So, but I'm Congressman Richie Torres. My local rabbi calls me Richie Torah. And I am proud to be here with you, and I'm proud to stand with both the Jewish people and the Jewish state. You know, people often ask me, Richie, you're not Jewish. You're a black, Latino, gay man from the Bronx. Have all these identities, too many to count. Why do you speak out so forcefully against anti-Semitism? And I simply reply that I reject the premise of your question. I reject the notion that one must be Jewish to combat anti-Semitism. Just like I would reject the notion that one must be black to combat anti-black racism. "70 years ago, AJC was part of the litigation that led to one of the greatest cases in the history of the Supreme Court, Brown versus Board of Education, the beginning of the end of Jim Crow. And 60 years ago, we saw Jewish Americans give their lives for the cause of civil rights. Michael Schworn and Andrew Goodman, as well as James Chaney, were barbarically murdered in the Mississippi burning so that black Americans could have the right to live freely, unencumbered by the cruelty and inhumanity of Jim Crow. And so the lesson learned from history is that we're all in this together. We all have an obligation. We all have an obligation to fight anti-Semitism, no matter what form it takes and no matter what direction from which it comes. And so I come here with a simple message: you are not alone. I stand with you. The majority of Congress, both Democrats and Republicans, stand with you, and most of America stands with you. When I'm reflecting on October 7th, I'm reminded of the words of Associate Justice Robert Jackson, who was the chief prosecutor in the Nuremberg trials. And in his opening statement, he said, "The wrongs which we seek to condemn and punish are so calculating, so malignant, so devastating, that we cannot tolerate their being ignored because we cannot survive it being repeated." Those same words must be spoken about October 7th. Israel cannot tolerate October 7th being ignored because the Jewish state cannot survive it being repeated. For me, October 7th was a crime against humanity so barbaric that it cannot be ignored, it cannot go unpunished. Hamas must be removed from power. The perpetrators of Hamas, like Sinwar, must be brought to justice. And the hostages must be released. Israel has a right to defend itself against Hamas in the wake of October 7th, just like the United States had a right to defend itself against al-Qaeda in the wake of 9/11. Self-defense is the right and responsibility and raison d'etre of every nation state, and the Jewish nation state should never be an exception to the rule of self-defense. Now, the international community has not been part of the solution. It has been part of the problem. We've seen the international community aggressively pressure Israel to keep Hamas in power. But far fewer in the international community have been pressuring Hamas to release the hostages. In fact, the international pressure has been so overwhelmingly one-sided against Israel that Hamas has felt emboldened to delay the release of the hostages and to delay the end of the war. We all want to see an end to the wretchedness of the war in Gaza. But the end of the war requires, above all else, the release of the hostages. Hamas has the power to end the war that it began and to release the hostages it abducted. If Hamas were to surrender unconditionally and release the hostages, the war would end tomorrow. To paraphrase Golda Meir, if the Islamic Republic of Iran and Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas were to lay down their arms, there would be peace. But if Israel were to lay down its arms, there would be no Israel. And not only does the media demonize Israel for defending itself, it even demonizes Israel for daring to rescue the hostages. Like, the disinformation is overwhelming. So I want to set the record straight. If you are holding hostages captive in your home, you are not a civilian and a journalist. You are a combatant and a terrorist. A second fact, if you're part of an encampment and you're calling for the violent destruction of Israel as a Jewish state, you are not anti-war and pro-peace, you are pro-war and anti-peace. And then finally, I have a message not only for the media, but for the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice and the United Nations. There is no moral equivalence between Hamas and Israel. When you draw a false equivalence between Hamas and Israel, when you blur the line between accidents and war crimes, when you blur the line between tragedies and atrocities, you are politicizing international law. You are weaponizing it, and you are ultimately destroying it. And what we've seen in a post-October 7th world is not only the destruction of law, but also language. The word genocide no longer carries the moral weight it once commanded. Anti-Semitism poisons everything it touches, including language and law. You know, it's often said that AJC is the State Department of the Jewish community. And if there were ever a need for the Jewish community to have a State Department, that need is right now. All of you are on the front lines of defending both the Jewish people and the Jewish state. And so I stand with you. My promise to you is that I will be an oasis of moral clarity in what feels like a desert of disinformation and delegitimation and double standards against Israel as a Jewish state. We live in a world of moral confusion, and I will strive to be a fearless truth teller in a world of lies. And fear is the operative word. For me, the greatest threat to the U.S.-Israel relationship, The greatest threat to our democracy does not come from the far right or from the far left. It comes from the cowardice of a center that lives in fear of the extremes. Franklin Roosevelt was exactly right when he said the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. As a member of Congress, I will never live or govern out of fear. The Achilles heel of most politicians is a pathological need to be loved by everyone. And I thank God every day that I'm so socially ill-adjusted that I have a need to be loved by no one. But when you give up the need to be loved, that is the beginning of leadership. And we are willing, we as Zionists are willing, and yes, I am a Zionist. It is not a mark of shame, it's a badge of honor. But we as Zionists are willing to stand up for what we believe is right, even if it means standing alone, and even if it means facing excommunication from the progressive movement. And I will end on this note because I've spoken for too long. Okay. Well, I guess I have to pander to the audience. A few months ago, I traveled to Israel for the first time since October 7th. I ran into your CEO, Ted Deutch, who is the ultimate mensch. I went to the kibbutz Niroz, where 1/4 of the population was either abducted or murdered. And I went to the scene of the Nova Music Festival massacre, where I met one of the producers, Ophir Mir. And Ophir lost hundreds of his friends in the massacre on October 7th. He sustained multiple gun wounds. But despite everything that he had suffered, he never lost hope. He reminded me that hope is the anthem of the Jewish people. And he proudly wore a tag that said, "We will dance again." And so I'm here to report that the music of the Jewish people will never end, that Israel will dance again, and that both the Jewish state and the Jewish people will emerge from the tragedy of October 7th better and stronger, more resilient and more unified than ever before. Israel will outlive its enemies. It will outlive the Islamic Republic of Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis. It will outlive the BDS movement. Israel will live on for the next 76 years and beyond. Am Israel Chai. Thank you.
Please welcome incoming AJC Access Global President, Liel Sinai.
Good morning. One of Hamas's goals on October 7th was to disrupt the swell of regional integration kick-started by the Abraham Accords. The brazen, unprecedented terror attack was meant to reinsert the Palestinian cause into integration conversations and stall efforts toward Israeli-Saudi normalization. However, the conversation has not stopped. Saudi Arabia continues to signal interest in normalizing relations with Israel, and a number of Arab neighbors stepped up to join the United States in aiding Israel in its defense against Iranian missiles and drones in April. U.S. leadership can be critical and has been critical in advancing this vital conversation. In 2022, Representatives Brad Schneider and Kathy McMorris Rogers, among others, founded the bipartisan, bicameral Abraham Accords Caucus. The Abraham Accords resulted in peace and normalization agreements between Israel and several Arab states, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, and provisionally with Sudan, transforming the region, enhancing Israel's security, creating economic opportunities for Arab states, and advancing vital U.S. national security interests. AJC proudly played a role in helping lay the groundwork for the Accords and continues to work with partners in the U.S. government and other governments in the region to sustain this vital progress. The Abraham Accords Caucus builds on that success by providing bipartisan leadership to strengthen existing partnerships and widen the circle of peace to new countries. What was, before October 7th, a noble mission, the goal of the caucus is now a geopolitical imperative for Israel and the United States. It is an honor to welcome Representatives Brad Schneider and Kathy McMorris Rogers to our stage.
Good morning, everyone. It is wonderful to be with all of you. We're very pleased to be here with our former colleague and friend, Ted Deutch, and I'm also pleased to be here with my colleague, Congressman Brad Schneider, and together we helped launch the Abraham Accord Caucus on Capitol Hill in 2022. Psalm 122 says, "Pray for peace in Jerusalem. May all who love this city prosper. O Jerusalem, may there be peace within your walls and prosperity in your palaces. For the sake of my family and friends, I will say, may you have peace. For the sake of the house of the Lord our God, I will seek what is best for you, O Jerusalem." When we started the Abraham Accord Caucus in 2022, we saw a unique opportunity and the importance of bringing world leaders together in a common pursuit of creating a better, safer, more prosperous world for our children and our grandchildren, and it has been a great success. With the help of our bipartisan colleagues in Congress and the support of our partners like AJC, we continue to make progress to uphold and promote the values of human dignity, freedom, and hope around the globe. Clearly, there's more work to be done. We all saw what happened on October 7th, 2023. We saw Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists attack Israel by land and water and sea, launch a barrage of rockets into Jerusalem, brutally murdering more than 1,400 innocent people, including 32 American citizens, and taking another 250 hostage. Let me be clear. The United States of America stands with Israel. And we will not rest until all of the hostages return home. Throughout our nation's history, there's been moments where strong moral clarity propelled us to a brighter future, where freedom and love prevailed over tyranny and hate. Times when we stood shoulder to shoulder to call evil what it was, evil, and committed ourselves to do everything within our power to root it out. I just was reminded of this during my trip to Normandy to help celebrate the 80th anniversary of D-Day. And this is one of those times. For the victims, their families, and the state of Israel, the United States of America must lead with conviction and moral clarity. And that's why I'm proud of the work that we've done, Democrats and Republicans, in the weeks and months following the attacks of October 7th. I'm especially proud of the work that we have done with the Abraham Accord Caucus. We have drafted and passed and got signed into law the Defend Act, the Maritime Act. These two bills will help the United States and our partners in the Middle East develop a comprehensive security package and strategy to defend the growing threat posed by Iran and its proxies, and a need that's been underscored by Iran's material and financial support of Hamas and Hezbollah. We also supported a bill to force the sale of TikTok, where the posts on TikTok were 1,000 to 1 pro-Palestinian. As most of you know, things are going to look a little different for me at the end of this year, as I'm not seeking re-election. But as I reflect on my time in the People's House, my heart is full with gratitude for those who I've served with and organizations like AJC who have been such incredible partners through the years. In my office, I have a quote by Rabbi Schneerson that reads, "Remember that even in the darkest place, the light of a single candle can be seen far and wide." Each one of you here today is a light. Continue to shine brightly for everyone to see, especially for our brothers and sisters in Israel during this hour of darkness. And moving forward, I am confident that your organization and our caucus will continue to make a huge difference with the leadership of Congressman Brad Schneider. And I'm proud to introduce my colleague, my friend, the leader of the Abraham Accord Caucus on Capitol Hill, the gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Brad Schneider.
Good morning. It is so good to be here with you. I'd say it's good to see you, but all I see is some blue lights. But I know that you're out there. And believe me, I do know that you are out there. I also, when I was younger, I was a part of AJC. I was proud to be a part of AJC, a part of the board in Chicago. Now that I'm older and I have small print, I can't read my remarks. You're going to get it from the heart. I want to thank my friend, Kathy McMorris Rogers. First, thank her for her service. She has been a leader in Congress, and she has been not just a partner, but an extraordinary leader in supporting a strong U.S.-Israel relationship. And she touched on the importance of the Abraham Accords caucus. I'll start with the Abraham Accords. 4 years ago, or almost 4 years ago, I remember exactly where I was. It was August 13th when the announcement came out that there was going to be a normalization with Israel. Now, I remember where I was in 1977 when Sadat flew to Jerusalem. I remember the signing of the Camp David Accords, I remember the handshake on the lawn in September of 1993 and the signing of the treaty with Jordan in 1994. But in all of those moments, there was never true talk of normalization, of integration, of a different vision for the Middle East. And as Tal Becker says, and I often quote, the Abraham Accords, for the first time put into writing, codified the idea that both Jews and Arabs belong to the same land. And that by recognizing that fact and building on that fact, we can change the future for the Middle East, break the gravitational bounds of history, and create a prosperous, secure, and peaceful tomorrow that includes Israel as a part of the greater region. And that's why we formed the Abraham Accords Caucus in 2022. Bipartisan, Republicans and Democrats. Bicameral, House and Senate, which maybe is even more difficult than bipartisan. Coming together, and as Kathy mentioned, passing the Defend Act, the coordinated air defenses that we saw how important that was on April 13th of this year, when with Israel, the United States, and our allies, we defeated the attack from Iran. The Maritime Act that brings that same coordination to surface warfare on the water. And we also passed the Israel Relations Normalization Act, because that is the future. So where are we today? I was asked in the back, how's it going? And I thought about this, and I came up with what I thought was an interesting juxtaposition. Every day we know what we have to do. When we wake up, I know we have to bring the hostages home. We have to ensure that Israel can protect its citizens, defend its borders, and rescue the hostages. We know that we have to stand strong against the haters and the deniers and ensure that not only is October 7th never forgotten, that October 7th can never, ever happen again. I can tell you what I have to do today. I come here, I go and I work with my colleagues and stand up against those who stand against us. And I do it again tomorrow and the next day and the next day. What's harder is to say, what do we do to secure the peace a year from now or a decade from now? How do we ensure that the next generation will know peace and security? How do we guarantee that the families that move back to the communities along Gaza, to Nir Oz, to Be'eri, Kfar Aza, to the communities in the north that are evacuated, Metula, Kiryat Shmona, how do we make sure that their children don't lie awake at night worrying about what might come up from underground or what might fall from the skies? And that's, again, why the Abraham Accords are so important. The different future for Israel depends on us finding and charting a path to peace that includes Israel in the region without question, without denial, without discrimination. So let me finish by saying thanks to all of you for being here, for doing what we have to do today. I know from here you go to Capitol Hill to speak with our colleagues. Thank those who are standing with us, ensuring Israel and the U.S.-Israel relationship remain ironclad, unbreakable, and strong. And they are the majority. They are the 366 who voted to send aid to Israel as it fights its existential battle with Hamas. And stay focused on the future. Last week, Kathy and I, through the Abraham Accords Caucus, we kicked off the Gaza working group. There were a dozen of us in the room, members of Congress, Republicans and Democrats, talking about the future. Talking about a future in which Hamas cannot reign terror over Gaza or threaten Israel. Talking about a future where Israel can stand strong and be part of the region. Where we can build on the treaties with UAE and Bahrain and Morocco and look forward to the possibility of normalization with Saudi Arabia and all the other countries of the region. That is the future we believe in. That's the future we have to fight for. We can't give up that hope. We can't give up on the promise of the Abraham Accords. And together, we can make sure that that promise becomes a reality. Am Yisrael Chai. Thank you.
Please welcome President of AJC San Diego, Mitch Siegler.
עוד לא עבדה תקוותנו להיות חופשי בארצנו שמע ישראל כולנו.
Good morning. As we conclude our tribute to the heroes of Israel at AJC Global Forum, we turn our attention to a poignant and deeply personal story of sacrifice and resilience. Today, we pay tribute to a hero whose courage and dedication to his community left an indelible mark on everyone who knew him. Ophir Lipstein, Zichrona Livracha, was the head of the Shar HaNegev Regional Council. He was a beloved leader who devoted his life to serving others. On October the 7th, Ophir and his son Nitzan were murdered by Hamas terrorists. San Diego and Shar HaNegev, a group of kibbutzim on the Gaza envelope, have had a sister city relationship for 25 years. Many members of our San Diego community had met Ophir or knew him well. When San Diego's mayor and the chair of the County Board of Supervisors went on separate AJC Project Interchange trips to Israel last year, they spent time with Ophir. Ophir was a true hero of Israel. His legacy of leadership and compassion lives on through his family and the countless lives he touched. Ophir was a devoted husband to Vered. I met Vered in December in Jerusalem, and again in December in San Diego when she visited with her brother Daron and her children. Ophir was a loving father to Aviv, Idan, Uri, and Itzan, and a cherished son, brother, friend to many. Ophir's dedication to building bridges between communities and fostering understanding earned him a reputation and admiration around the world and at home. Ophir was an optimist who would say, Ha'or v'hatov yinatzru, the light and the goodness shall win, shall triumph. Ophir was more than a mayor. He was a visionary leader, a cherished partner of AJC Jerusalem, AJC Project Interchange, and AJC Access Israel. He was a steadfast advocate for peace and understanding and a friend. His unwavering commitment to his community, particularly his own kibbutz, Kfar Aza, which I visited last year with a group of other San Diego Jewish community leaders, was a testament to his deep-rooted love for his homeland and his unwavering dedication to his people and the Jewish people. As we honor Ophir's memory today, we are also honored to announce the creation of AJC's inaugural Ophir Lipstein Bridge Builder Award, a testament to his commitment to building connections and promoting peace. This award will forever honor individuals who exemplify Ophir's values and his dedication to bridging divides and fostering cooperation. Accepting this honor today on behalf of Ophir is his brother Daron Lipstein, a man whose strength and resilience mirror that of his brother. Daron, we mourn with you and we commend you for your unwavering commitment to honor Ophir's memory and continuing his legacy of leadership and compassion. Before we welcome Daron to the stage, please direct your attention to the screen. Please join me in welcoming Daron Lipstein.
Thank you. Toda. I'm here today bearing in my heart the heavy feelings of pain and mourning. As a representative of the families of those killed, missing, and abducted from Saturday, Simchat Torah, October 7th, 2023. We are all one family, and each one have a story, and Ophir's represent 1,500 souls, 4 of them in our small family, Bila, Neta, Nitzan, and Ophir. On Saturday morning, he received a message at around 6:30 a.m. The terrorist has broken into the kibbutz. They arrived via surfboard, and Ophir took the gun and ran into the armory. He managed to take the long weapon and ran back to the break-in site, encountering a large number of terrorists who came in front of him in vans. He managed to shoot at them, and when he encountered a stopper, they fired a large amount of fire at him, killing him. My brother Ophir was the first fatality whose name was published. The terrorist continued towards his mother-in-law Bila and murdered her when she went out to get her phone from her electric car. Her husband Amos saw what had happened from the window of the kitchen and called his son Ori to come. But Ayelet, his wife, who was dressed, immediately ran into the house and saw that Bila has been murdered. The team from the Shah Negev Council called Ophir, the head of the council, and when he didn't respond, they asked Vered, his wife, and Aviv, his son, to go outside under fire and check why. Ophir hadn't moved from the spot for a few minutes, so Aviv went looking for him and discovered that his father, Ophir Lipstein, had been killed in battle and found him under the olive tree next to the house. Aviv took Ophir's weapon and returned to the safe room together with Vered and his brothers Idan and Uri. And he wrote to me, Doron, I love you. Daddy was killed. Let everybody know. From there, the terrorists moved to the area of the Young Housing Complex and turned it into their control center. They aimed their fire at 20 years old who lived alone in small apartments, a living room and a bedroom that is also the safe room. They fired in all directions, threw grenades, used heavy weapons, and destroyed most of the neighborhood and houses. When they arrived to the house of Neta, the nephew of Vered, Ophir's wife, the son of Ayelet and Ori, they opened the safe room door and threw grenades into the room. Then Neta shows supreme heroism. He shouted grenade and jumped on it, saving his fiancée life since she was hiding under the bed, and she stayed under the bed behind his body for 4.5 hours until the army managed to rescue her. During all this time, Ophir's second son, Nitzan, who lives in the young people residence, corresponded with Vered and with his mother and Aviv, his brother, and with family and friends. Nitzan was alone. He hears the terrorists and shot, and he is afraid. they will enter his apartment. He's aware of everything that happened outside, knows about his father's death, and begs for rescue. At 11:30, terrorists enter his apartment and shot at the safe room door. He held it and stubbornly, and they can't penetrate it, but one of the bullets hits him in the thigh, injuring him. While he's bleeding, he makes himself stopping the bleeding and talk to his cousin, a doctor, receiving a medical guidance. At 2:45 p.m., any contact with him stopped. And only at 4 p.m., we were informed by an elite unit, Duvdevan, that they had entered his apartment and killed 4 terrorists in the living room. 1 soldier died, 1 soldier was injured, and Itzan was not in the bedroom. He's gone. We didn't know what happened to him until Thursday, 2 weeks later. The day after Ofir's funeral, we received the terrible news that he, too, had been killed and was the 4th in our family. Vered, his mother, says he was a better version of his father Ofir. Ofir always said that 95% of the time in the kibbutz, Kfar Aza, was heaven, and 5% hell. And he experienced, and we experienced, 25 years in which we celebrated holidays with him on the kibbutz every year with complete confidence. Not even once we had a red color alert. He was the heart of our family and always will be. People at his council and all over the world cry when they talk about him. His friends in the kibbutz are his big family, and the pain is unimaginable. Ofir was a man of action, of a vision, of entrepreneurship. He made friends with everyone he knew and everyone he met him from Israel and around the world, and succeeded in bringing delegations of people, even from Gaza, to his house in order to connect them to Israel. Ofir worked from the heart, turned every person into a friend, into a partner, and always with a smile. He raised funds for the establishment of industrial zones, the Arazim Center, for 10,000 employees, and had countless peace projects. Ofir was practical inspiration and visionary behind several transformative projects in Israel, one of them that every Israeli knows as Red South, Darom Adom, is the Winter Red Flowers Festival that brought hundreds of thousands of people from all over the country to enjoy the beautiful view of the Western Negev. Jewish communities in the diaspora were close to Ofir's heart. He devoted himself not only to serving his local community, but also worked tirelessly to bridge between Israel and the Jewish small communities abroad. Ofir was the chairman of the Habonim Dror and Wikibbutz, with leadership programs such as Netaim, Hallelujah, and fulfillment programs like Hamsa and Ulpan Kibbutz that have impacted so many people around the world. Ofir's connection with the diaspora didn't stop there. He understood that maintaining relationship with our siblings and cousins overseas is important for the well-being of the Jewish people. Ofir frequently collaborated with AJC as recently as September 7th, 2023, 1 month before he was killed. Ofir wanted to carry the message of hope and bring the spirit of entrepreneurship worldwide. He believed that through interpersonal connections and diplomacy, he could contribute to Israel and to the residents of the region. As part of this, he led the Sister City Agreement with San Diego, California, and became friends with Mayor Todd Gloria. Mayor Todd visited Shara Negev and Ofir with AJC and the two become close friends. So close that when we opened Ofir's phone after he was killed, one of the first messages checking he's okay was from Mayor Todd. This shows what true, real friendship is. Ofir's touched so many hearts and contributed greatly to the well-being of so many people. In the past, he was the CEO of the Kibbutz's Industries, a member of the board of directors of the Jewish National Funds, the World Zionist Congress, chairman of Kibbutz Cholit, Sapir College, and so many. Ofir is no longer with us in the body. However, his soul will continue to be with us. His vision of connecting people in doing good for our country and for the whole world will be his legacy. Ofir was a bridge builder. He was a connector. The relationship between Israel and the diaspora and between Jews and non-Jews were a key importance for him. Today, AJC is giving the first Ofir Liebstein Award for Bridge Building, an award which celebrates life and relationship and demonstrates the power of love, trust, and collaboration. Thank you for honoring my brother's memory and legacy. We will never forget the courage, outstanding achievement, and noble qualities of Ofir. Ofir was a man of action, of entrepreneurship, of innovation. His leadership is like his name: O for optimistic, F for friendship, I for integrity, and R for resilience. Ofir, you probably listen now. You fell in a battle, but your idea, your vision, your love, they are still alive and breathing in each of us. You have fallen, but your legacy lives on. You and your soul continue to guide us, to give us strength. Please join me in continuing the project he led and create a new network of global Jewish leaders, bringing together the young leaders that will change Israel and contribute for the better world. Thank you, and Am Israel Chai. Am Israel Chai. Am Israel Chai.
On behalf of AJC, I'm honored to present our own with the inaugural Ofir Liebstein Bridge Builder Award in honor and memory of Ofir. May our memory of each and every soul be for a blessing.
We will never let the hate win.
each friend I lost to anti-Semitism this year, I gained at least twice as many in Zionists.
And you have to choose to stand up for Israel. So thank you.
What you have seen for the first time in the last 8 months is an understanding that we are in this together.
Do not accept anti-Jewishness, anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism.
AJC is announcing our global call to action against anti-Semitism.
We know you are alive. You're not losing faith. We will bring you home.
Am Yisrael Chai.
Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael Chai.
Please welcome AJC CEO Ted Deutch.
Good morning. Again, it's nice to be on stage without unwanted visitors. It's an honor to be on the stage following Doron's powerful tribute to Ophir. I want to acknowledge all of the heroes of Israel that we heard from: Tzvi and Dorit, Reder, Nasri and Youssef. Doron on behalf of Ophir Livstein. Let's be honest, Richie Torres is a hero of Israel. And I want to thank all of you for being heroes for Israel. Thank you, AJC, for being here with us for what has been an extraordinary global forum. I'm so grateful to have spent 2.5 days with you during the most challenging moment for our community and for Israel in my lifetime. Since October 7th, we at AJC have acted boldly and passionately to defend the Jewish state and Jewish people from diplomatic attacks on Israel and violent anti-Semitism around the world. I'm so incredibly proud of the way that every single professional at AJC has stepped up to this fight. For so many of my AJC colleagues, this work is not just a job. It is a sacred mission. The dedication has been on full display over these past 3 days and in the months of preparation before Global Forum. And I'd like to thank the following people for making this conference what it has been. I want to thank please hold your applause. I want to thank the entire global events team led by Daniel Silver and Leslie Cleon and Claire Bailey, Alex Rubin, Mara Stein, Kelly Mahoney, Lindsay Siegel, and of course the incomparable contributions made by Bel Yoeli. And with thanks to honorary team member Bonnie Gluck. I want to thank the marketing communications team led by John Schweitzer here. I want to thank the development team here at Global Forum led by Lital Weinzoff and Sarah Whitko, the leadership team here led by Joanna Lieberman-Sneer, to the entire policy and political affairs team who worked so hard on our advocacy and action lunches and this afternoon's Hill meetings, to the Alexander Young Leadership Global Forum team, my senior management team, OCEO team, Casey Custon, Jack Steinberg, and Dustin Hausner, to all of my colleagues who worked so hard on multiple aspects of the program and who worked the registration and the help desk and the transportation team, our AJC mailroom colleagues who dealt with printing and shipping and so many logistics, led by Amy Magdalene and Mike Bacozzo, all of my colleagues who staffed this conference, I am so grateful. And I hope that all of you will now join me in thanking our AJC professionals for everything they do, especially since October 7th. And of course, none of the work that we do at AJC is possible without our committed leadership. That is particularly true for Global President and my partner, Michael Tickner, the Executive Council as well for their support, all of the AJC leaders who chaired and introduced sessions at Global Forum. I want to thank Bobby Lapin and the Board of Governors, Stephen Wish and the Board of Trustees, the regional presidents and regional board members who are here, all of you for being here, all of you for being here and supporting AJC during this critical time for our community, and to all of the leaders across the country and around the world who could not be here and who are watching online and are with us today in spirit. To all of these leaders, I extend my deep gratitude. And I like to express and acknowledge the incredible work of AJC professionals, especially from our 25 regional offices, for some of the things that I will recount and so many more. For launching a community anti-Semitism summit in San Diego that's being replicated around the country. For working to adopt the IRA working definition of anti-Semitism and passing it into law in the Pacific Northwest, across the Northeast and in South Florida. For mobilizing against BDS efforts in Seattle and in Chicago, and for hosting hostage families to make sure the stories of their loved ones are heard everywhere around the country and around the world, and so much more. Every single day since October 7th has been gut-wrenching. When AJC met with President Herzog in his office in Jerusalem just weeks after the October 7th attack, one of our participants in the meeting asked him, "What should we do? What would you like us to do?" And he looked at us and he had a one-word answer: everything. Everything. Well, that's what AJC has tried to do every day since, with urgency. And I know that we all feel that sense of urgency. Remember, the wave of global anti-Israel hatred that we've witnessed was not in response to Israel's war against Hamas. The mask came off the night of October 7th, the morning of October 8th, while Hamas terrorists were still invading communities, murdering Israelis, taking captives. Before a single Israeli soldier, before a single heroic Israeli soldier entered Gaza, we saw protests of our hostages. We saw protests around the country, our hostage posters violently torn down in our cities and on our campuses. The comparison of Israel to Nazis in Gaza, to Auschwitz. The lies that Israel is a white settler colonialist regime, that it's an apartheid state. South Africa's outrageous case at the International Court of Justice, charging that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. The ICC prosecutor's appalling decision to hold on the same level the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister of Israel and the leader of a genocidal terror organization. Countries have broken relations with Israel. They've banned Israeli tourists. They've boycotted Israeli companies. These slanderous attacks have led to Israel's increasing isolation on the world stage. And all the while, the world too often has looked away from the real source of instability in the region and in the world, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Iran funds Hamas. They fund Hezbollah. They fund the Houthis, terror organizations across the Middle East. Iran continues to enrich its nuclear program. They launched 300 drones and missiles in an unprecedented attack against Israel. And Iran targets Jewish communities around Europe and around the world. That's why AJC's real and coordinated global action to counter Iran urge the EU and countries around the world to designate the IRGC as the terrorist organization that it is, has been so important. And it's why we're proud to have successfully urged the IAEA Board of Governors to censure Iran for its escalating enrichment of uranium just last week. AJC has mobilized our entire global architecture to fight back and to support Israel everywhere in the world. In the days after October 7th, we came together, so many of us here came together and created the Israel Emergency Fund and raised $5.5 million in just days for Israeli NGOs providing essential services to the Israeli people. We modified our flagship Project Interchange program, which brings non-Jewish leaders to Israel to organize fact-finding missions for journalists, for European parliamentarians, for social media influencers, so that they can understand what's actually happening on the ground in war-torn Israel. I've led leadership missions to Germany and Chile and Japan and Korea, in addition to Israel several times since October 7th, to rally prime ministers and foreign ministers, other high-level government officials, to condemn Hamas terror, to reaffirm their country's support of Israel, and to maintain moral clarity around what happened on October 7th, that they should always remember that Hamas is to blame for the war Israel is in, that Israel has the right to defend itself. My AJC colleagues around the world have done this same work every single day. AJC Paris and then the Africa Institute have enhanced ties between Israel and French-speaking African countries. Our Belfer Institute for Latino Latin American Affairs organized its annual strategic forum in Santiago for 110 Jewish leaders from 13 countries to reaffirm our continued fight against anti-Semitism. And of course, our office here in DC has continued to engage every day with ambassadors and with diplomats, so many of whom you've met and engaged in meaningful diplomacy with, even just yesterday. And that's just a sample of the work that AJC does to maintain support for Israel all around the world, and it's work that we've done for the past 8 months. Here in America, we've engaged the highest levels of the administration to ensure American support for Israel, to make sure that it maintains the current ironclad status even in an election year. We're working with members of Congress to advocate for bipartisan pro-Israel legislation, and we are pushing back against the extreme anti-Israel voices in our politics, those anti-Israel voices who too often sound very much like what we heard on our stage from those protesters. Our 25 regional offices work with elected officials to block outrageous ceasefire resolutions in city councils and state legislatures, and they advocate in consulates to shore up international support for Israel. And our communications team is pushing back against the outrageous misinformation and disinformation, the slanders against Israel that have inundated our society, our social media, and our media, that is, our newspapers who have failed us. And since October 7th, our pro-Israel messaging has reached over 75 million people on social media. That's one of the ways we're responding. But still, too many ignore the fact that there are still 120 hostages, including 8 Americans, suffering in Hamas captivity. It's been 249 days. 249 days, and in too many parts of the world and in too many parts of this country, still there is silence that we fight against. We've organized more than 330 meetings, more than 330 meetings with hostage families to share their stories in Washington, in New York, in Rome, in Paris, all around the world. Early in the war, we organized an event on Capitol Hill for Noam Perry, whose 79-year-old father, Chaim, a peace activist, was taken hostage on October 7th. Noam's message for my former colleagues was simple. I just want to see my father again. Tragically, we found out a week and a half ago that Chaim was murdered by Hamas. But we have echoed Noam's messages around the world that while Israel is at war and it is aiming to eradicate a genocidal terrorist organization. It is also a war to bring our family home. We want to bring our family home. We've had the opportunity to hear directly from Omer Nutra's family, his parents, Orna and Ronan. We've met so many hostage families in our work as they've come to your communities. I've had the opportunity of getting to know a number of them, including Rachel Goldberg and John Poland, as they lead the fight to bring their son Hirsch and all of the hostages home. Rachel, and some of you I'm sure have heard her say this, Rachel says she gets up every morning. She gets up every morning and runs to the end of the earth to help bring Hirsch home. That's the same approach that we need to take. And we are. The work AJC is doing around the world to fight anti-Semitism and to advocate for Israel is critical and it is impactful. 2 days ago, I stood on this stage with leaders of dozens of communities from around the world as we launched AJC's global call to combat anti-Semitism. Well, last week, marking the 80th anniversary of D-Day, President Biden and France's President Macron, as home to the two largest Jewish communities outside of Israel, announced that the U.S. and France will form an annual dialogue to combat anti-Semitism. Building on the commitment of those two presidents, I am proud to announce that AJC is partnering with the CRIF, the umbrella organization gathering French Jewish organizations and institutions to create an annual transatlantic summit on combating anti-Semitism to bring together leaders, experts, and advocates to ensure greater international cooperation in the fight against anti-Semitism. Here's the point. We need to be transformative. We need to do more to ensure a secure and prosperous Israel can thrive, not just in the coming weeks, but in the coming years. Right now, policymakers are focusing on the day after in Gaza, and these are important conversations that we're also a part of. But more than that, at AJC, we're focused on the decade after, for Israel, for the region, and for the world. We have the relationships, we have the know-how, we have the diplomatic skills to build bridges, because AJC has spent decades laying the foundation for regional integration. We've been visiting the Gulf in North Africa for over 3 decades. Let's be honest, Jason Isaacs has been visiting the Gulf for over 3 decades. And in that work that Jason and Benji and the team do, we've been building relationships necessary for what eventually became the Abraham Accords. Our office in Abu Dhabi makes us the only global Jewish organization with a permanent presence in an Arab country. And our work deepening Israel's relationships around the world has not stopped since October 7th. We've organized 5 off-the-record discussions in the region and here in Washington, bringing together Israeli, Arab, and Palestinian leaders to work together to chart a more cooperative future. Our Asia-Pacific Institute and Interreligious Affairs Department has continued building relations and building bridges in Indonesia, the largest Muslim country in the world, by bringing the Grand Imam of Indonesia's national mosque to New York to participate in a fellowship on Judaism and interreligious understanding. And we just convened the AJC Cincinnati Business Collective to bring together Israeli, Arab, and Ohio innovators to generate business connections that can help strengthen the foundations for Arab-Israeli peace. The region has a choice between 2 competing visions:
the death and destruction sought by Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah, and the vision of peace and prosperity and shared values that AJC has so long advocated. And with intense cooperation among our offices in DC, Jerusalem, and Abu Dhabi, close partnership between our professionals and lay leaders, and yes, with greater resources, I know that AJC can shape a positive future for Israel and the region, and it is for that reason that today AJC is announcing the establishment of AJC's Center for a New Middle East, led by Jason, which the center will help AJC scale our innovative programming, maximize the impact of our work to help create a new Middle East for Israel, for its growing number of partners and allies, so that they can stand with U.S. leadership as a bulwark against Iran and its proxies. We will spearhead more transformative programs, more international conferences bringing together regional change makers, more people-to-people programs to break down barriers, and more AJC project interchange delegations to show regional leaders the real face of Israel. We will help, AJC will help create a more interconnected, prosperous, and peaceful Middle East. I ask your help for us to do it. Let us work together as AJC helps to build a new Middle East. Now, 1 year ago at Global Forum, AJC dedicated our national team and regional offices to boldly fighting anti-Semitism and implementing the national strategy. We've helped the U.S. Conference of Mayors take concrete steps to counter anti-Semitism in their communities. We've worked with the Small Business Administration to empower businesses to combat anti-Semitism. We've partnered with entities across every level of government all across the country to help implement the national anti-Semitism strategy. We've led the charge to ensure that Jewish American Heritage Month is acknowledged everywhere, from boardrooms to city halls to, yes, the Google Calendar. We are expanding our work to combat anti-Semitism online and in the media, and it is time, and you will help make this so, it is time for Congress to pass the Combating Anti-Semitism Act so that there is always a presence at the White House and the Department of Education who will work with AJC to fight anti-Semitism. So I ask you to think back 249 days. Israel was brutally attacked, over 1,200 murdered, more than 250 hostages taken. The civilized world was on edge. Israel was clearly on edge. The global Jewish community felt at risk. Then what did we see immediately? We saw swastikas on Times Square, crowds in Sydney chanting "Gas to Jews," a near pogrom at the Russian airport, kosher restaurants vandalized, synagogues burned, Jewish schools shot at. On Sunday, here in our nation's capital, we saw violent protests outside the White House. And something horrifying has been happening on college campuses. A professor calling the deadliest day for the Jewish people exhilarating. University presidents saying that calls for the genocide of Jews do not violate their codes of student conduct. Jewish students attacked, intimidated, targeted at encampments. Protests erupted across the U.S. that put Jewish students very much at risk as they were told, go back to Poland. And they were told by others that they wished that October 7th would happen 100 more times, 1,000, 10,000 more times. Israeli students were shoved and harassed because of their nationality. Hamas flags and Palestinian Islamic Jihad headbands, calls for the destruction of Israel and the death of Zionists on campus quads. We heard from Noah and Hannah, AJC's Campus Global Board, the European Union of Jewish Students, and the World Union of Jewish Students, just these past couple of days, that the problem on campus is real and it is serious. My friends, What's happening on our college campuses can never be accepted as normal. Anti-Semitism and anti-Israel protests throughout our education system represent a singular challenge for the Jewish people, not just today, not only this summer, next semester, next academic year, but for the foreseeable future. Today's college students are tomorrow's business leaders. They're the tech founders. They're the political leaders of our country. The future of our community, of our nation, and yes, of our liberal democracy is at stake. That is why today I want to make another announcement. I'm proud to announce the establishment of AJC's Center for Education Advocacy to dramatically scale our efforts to ensure that Jews and Zionists on campus never need to be afraid again. We do so much already. It is time to scale it and to make real change. How do we do it? AJC's Campus Global Board and our Leaders for Tomorrow program will empower a strong and resilient and effective generation of young Jewish leaders. AJC's Empowered Parent programs across the country will give more parents the tools that they need to be the best advocates for our community and for their students. AJC's Project Interchange trips for heads of school, for faculty, for university presidents will expose them to the truth and the complexity of the Jewish state. We will partner with more non-Jewish leaders standing with our campus community, and we will lift up our university trustees who speak with moral clarity. AJC's academic team will ramp up our engagement with presidents, with provosts, with other administrators, giving them the tools to transform their campuses, making certain things perfectly clear, that there must be accountability when students violate codes of student conduct and harass and intimidate students, that harming students and that banning students from joining clubs because they belong to the Jewish faith and because they are Zionists, that's discrimination that must be acted against, and that faculty members who intimidate Jewish students must be held accountable. So why the focused attention on education advocacy right now? Because our universities cannot just hope that the situation on campus will change on its own over the summer, or that it will disappear when the war in Gaza ends. We know that the anti-Semites, that the anti-Zionists on campus and in K-12 have been hard at work for decades. It is time to join the battle comprehensively and boldly. The idea that we are forced to sit back and accept that this is just what it means to be a Jewish student in America, in the world today, is flat out wrong. We must and we can transform our educational environments so that Jews and Zionism can thrive, and every single university and in every K-12 school setting, Jews and Zionists will be welcome and safe. This is the generational challenge that we face. The future of education, its contribution to liberal democracy. We have a foundational gift to help launch the center. I ask you to help us build on it. This is our moment. We need your help. These are big ideas and big plans because that's what this moment demands, especially from American Jewish Committee. And before I close our global forum, I want to acknowledge how we are feeling. We came to Global Forum because we thought it was important to be together. I don't think we imagined how desperately we needed to be together. It is easy to feel hopeless right now, but the isolation that we may feel doom-scrolling social media in our homes in Australia or South Africa, in Atlanta or Kansas City, France or Argentina, that can be overcome. How? By joining together as one unified Jewish community where we stand together and declare to the world that we don't need permission to be proud Jews and proud Zionists. That is who we are. We don't. In 10 years, in 50 years, they're going to write the history of this moment. They're going to talk about the world since October 7th and the history of the Jewish community following the deadliest attack on our people since the Holocaust. On October 6th, that story was being written was one that was about division and strife. But the story of our people since 10/7 is a story of unity because we are fighting back. When Rachel Goldberg says that she gets up every morning and runs to the end of the earth advocating for Hirsch, the least we can do is run to the end of the earth advocating for Israel and the Jewish people. And when the president of Israel, just weeks after October 7th, looks a group of AJC leaders in the eye and tells us to do everything, that's what we do. If you are part of this incredible gathering, or if you're watching online, that is my message to all of you. On Sunday, Stephen Wish stood up here and said that we hope to raise $1 million while we're here, and I'm grateful to say that we have now raised over $1.5 million. Beyond that, dozens of you have come up to me, let alone my entire staff, all of my colleagues. Dozens of you have come up to me to tell me that you intend to become more involved in AJC, that this is the place where you want to come to work with us to create a world where every Jew can live proudly and securely, where Israel can flourish, where our shared values will sustain us. Everything. That's what we need to do to secure the future of Israel and the Jewish people. Everything to defend Israel, everything to fight anti-Semitism, everything to transform education in this country and in the world, and everything to build a new Middle East. Everything to maintain the unity of the Jewish people. Thank you to all of you. In every one of our 25 offices, all of our 15 international posts, every AJC board, commission, institute, wherever you're involved, we will work with you, with your talent, with your passion, with your resources. Whether you're a seasoned leader or a college student who is getting involved with us for the very first time, standing up for Israel, standing up for the Jewish people, this is our moment. I want to thank our leaders, Michael and Bobby and Stephen. I want to thank Jill Deutch. And I want to thank all of you for being here today, for helping to make this year's Global Forum so powerful and such a strong statement about where we will go together. Always remember this. Kol Yisrael Aravim Zeh Bazeh. We are all responsible one for another. That is true today. That is true tomorrow. It is true forever. Am Yisrael Chai. Thank you for being here. Chag Sameach. And in just a moment, we'll have the privilege of a performance by the incomparable Matisyahu. But first, I would ask Michael and Karen and Bobby and Eve, Stephen and Debbie, Jill, all of my AJC colleagues, please join me on the stage as we sing Hatikva. I know people are running to buses. It's worth it to stand together to sing Hatikva. Please come on up.
bring home the hostages, period.
On October 7th, Hamas came in and murdered about 1,200 Israeli people, and 200 plus Israelis were kidnapped.
How is that okay? How is society not speaking up?
That could have been your mom. That could have been your sister. That could have been you.
They are us. We are them.
They're still being tortured by Hamas, and we need to act fast.
There is nothing political or dangerous about saying, bring them home now. Nothing.
My name is Elon Gold.
Jennifer Jason Lee.
Sarah Idan, and I stand with Israel
and the Jewish people. Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Jerusalem, if I forget you, fire not gonna come from me tongue. Jerusalem, if I forget you. In the ancient days, we well returned with no delay, and picking up the bounty and the spoils on our way. Oh, we've been traveling from state to state, and them don't understand now what they say. 3,000 years with no place to be, and the man has to give up our milk and honey. Don't you see? It's not about the land or the sea, not a country but the dwelling of His majesty. Jerusalem, if I forget you, fire not gonna come from me tongue. Jerusalem, if I forget you, let my right hand forget what it's supposed to do. Jerusalem, if I forget you, fire not gonna come from me tongue. Jerusalem, if I forget you. I say, rebuild the temple and the crown of glory. Years gone by about 60. We were burned in the oven in the century, and the guys tried to choke, but they couldn't choke. We would not fall down and would not fall asleep. So don't come overseas trying to be free. Erase the demon out of your memory. Change your name and your identity. Afraid of the past and the dark history. Why is everybody always chasing me? And I cut off the roots from your family tree. Don't you see that's not the way to be? Jerusalem. I forget you. Fire not gonna come from me tongue. Jerusalem, if I forget you. Jerusalem, if I forget you. Fire not gonna come from me tongue. Jerusalem, if I forget you. Sometimes I lay under the moon and thank God I'm breathing. And then I pray, don't take me soon. I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surround, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say, we don't wanna fight no more, there'll be no more war, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day, oh, one day, one day. It's not about win or lose, we all lose when they feed on the soul and the innocent, blood-drenched pavement. Keep on moving though the water stay raging, and in this maze you can lose your way, your way. It might drive you crazy, but don't let it phase you, no way, no way. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me. When negativity surround, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, praying for the people to say, we don't wanna fight no more, there'll be no more war, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day, one day, one day. Treat people the same. Stop with the violence, down with them. One day we'll all be free. I'm proud to be under the same sun, singing songs of freedom like why-yo, 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 ayo. Say all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say, we don't wanna fight no more, there'll be no more war, and our children will play. One day, one day, oh, one day, one day. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to Adam Weinberg and to the AJC, to everyone who came here for this conference and standing up for the Jewish people. God bless you. I'm Yisrael Chai.